Go on over here. Should be good to go. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. If you're watching here as a... Oops. Let's get rid of that. Okay, if you're watching here as a VOD, hi, my name is Ashley. I'm a character creature concept sculptor and 3D artist and illustrator, bunch of different things. I like to just do stuff in art. I just do a lot of stuff. And so on these streams, usually what I end up doing is taking a sphere and mashing it into a whole bunch of different shapes and kind of creating whatever out of the chaos that ensues, just pushing and pulling random bits of geometry and letting it artifact a whole bunch and kind of searching within those artifacts to find a concept. It can create, basically we can create some really interesting things from all of this artifacting that happens. And it's more of a sketch session that's going to be 4 hours long. So if you have something that you can do on the side or whatever, feel free to do that. Because yeah, it's going to be 4 hours of me just doodling and answering questions if you have any. But yeah, if you have stuff to work on the side, definitely do that, because it's just a chill, laid back stream and I have no plans for this. It's not meant to go in a game. It's not meant to go in film. It's not meant to be 3D printed. Of course, obviously, if you liked any of the designs that you did during like your sketch session, you could always fix it up and make it so that it is game, film, whatever ready that you want it to be ready for. But right now we're just vibing, so. All right, just making sure all of my things are live and good, and they are. Excelente. Okay, let's go. No idea what we're gonna do today. Put this. I'm gonna try doing something a little bit more flat forward facing a little bit, maybe. We'll try. Yeah, we're focusing solely on shapes initially. So a nice thing to have is like the little silhouette in the corner. Neck on this, the back guy would be quite a bit longer. You could go something like this. Maybe a little more forward. Maybe something like that. Hi, Miguel. Hi, Roblins. How's it going, guys? How's it hanging? Hope your Wednesday is treating you well. Get some eyeballs in here. don't know if all of you know, but the ZBrush Summit is coming up, which means the ZBrush Sculpt Off. So if you want to participate in the public Sculpt Off, public open Sculpt Off, they are accepting registration now. I think the ZBrush Summit is November 6th. This whole thing could probably exaggerate it even more. Big jaw. Hi, Roman. Hi, Flop. Yeah, retop done. Yeah, for now. We'll see if I get any more work, but for now, that was yeah, that was pretty intense for a little bit there. I was having that vaporwave vision. It was just grids on grids. Retop pays the bills though, so we do it. I don't really know what we're doing today. Some kind of a blizzardy guy, it seems like. I'm gonna make him a little bit more stocky. An auto group here. Grab this top part, create a delt. Normally I would just grab like one of those IMMs, but I'm just feeling a little different today. Feeling different. Feeling like geometric blockouts today. Hey, Stuarts. What's the concept for this one? I don't know. We're making the concept. We don't know. That's the beauty of it. We don't know. Thinking like chonk. Instead of spindly, chonk. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make a lizard, dragon type knight guy, I think. Big chunky shape. Maybe, I don't know about knight, but big chunky lizard guy with thick bod. Can do an auto group here, Miller and Weld, so they both have the same groups. Shove these guys in like so. Ah, there we go. Just clicking a little bit too fast. Hey Major, how's it going? Paying the bills in this economy? What an outlandish idea. I mean, yeah, it's pretty rough right now, but we out here, you know? We all be out here. Heck yeah. And give them some thickens, you know? Some big boys. Some biggins. We're just gonna block all of the muscles, like really, really, like easy and stylized. Get like a general flow. Real quick. And then Dynamesh it later. I think this guy. Yeah, this guy needs to be more over there. Man, I'm so predictable though. So predictable. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do today. Oh yes, I worked out. So that obviously means I'm gonna do something muscly. grab this entire part of the head here. If we could stay at low poly forever, I mean, you can. You just can't stay at nasty low poly forever. See, if you're doing clean poly modeling, you could stay at low res as long as you like. In fact, you're supposed to, if that's the type of modeling that you're going for. But that isn't it. Not for us. Not here. Not in this town. Back to the PlayStation 1 era. I mean, there's been a lot of like indie games that are trying to do return to that. Like, I've seen a lot. And like PS2 as well. But you can stay at low poly forever. You can. Just depends if that's the type of work that you're doing or not. Let's take this guy. Like top for the head. Hey comics, what's good? How's it hanging? Just here for the show. Well, we're very chill right now. I am very, very chilled out today. Today, we make muscles. Alright, let's do a hand. Yeah, then we're just gonna vibe right now. blockout. Blockout forever. Only ever blockout. Nothing else. Stay in blockout forever. Yeah, like I was mentioning, is anybody going to be participating in the sculpt off? It's open to the public again, so like anybody can apply once more. They're actually having like 2 sculpt offs this year. They're having one with the returning artists, so people who have participated in the sculpt off before, like invite only, like the ones before the online stuff, or like winners, like past winners. And then they're also having the publicly open one as well. A wood carving, probably because of how blocky it is right now. I'm going to put on dynamic symmetry, so if you were to remove the dynamic, or not dynamic symmetry, local symmetry, so you have to hold down, remove this like dynamic button right here, so you just click on it. It's like super tiny. Here's a little magnifying glass for you. You can see it's like super small, but if it's highlighted, then you're gonna get a strange kind of symmetry that actually works on the axis of the gizmo, depending on where you're facing it, which can be very useful for in-pose symmetry, for example, like if you're doing like pauldrons or gloves or something like that, right? Like that's asymmetrical, and all, but you want symmetry on like one part of the model, but you don't want to like have to do it symmetrically and then position it again. You just want to kind of create the pauldron or something like that in pose. Like that's really useful. But if you're not doing that, then you can get rid of the highlight on dynamic and just have local symmetry, so that you can get local transformations. Because if I turn that off, then it's world symmetry, and then you have like, it's based on the center right here, the center of both, like of the mesh. It's based on the world, but local, it'll localize to just this piece, so then you can get actual transformations based on the geometry in front of you. Very useful. I am a past second placer. I guess that counts. That sim for a bit, you swear you flip that thing on, but I guess not. Yeah, it's a little tiny annoying button. I mess it up a couple of times too. I kind of wish that it was like above here and like a toggle or something, and not on the actual button itself. No plan for me to co-host the Sculpt? I don't think so. I mean, that hasn't, no. Maybe, no. I don't think so. Oh my goodness. Bro. I have started like for a little less than a week now. I've gone back to weightlifting, and I am dead. I am dead and in pain, and you're gonna hear about it. You're gonna hear about my pain and suffering for the gains. My legs do not function properly after the RDLs. But it must be done. You must move your body, you know? You must move your body, you know? I think... What am I doing here? I think I think I want to have 4 fingers. I don't want to have just the 3. Alright. Alright. Not gonna be a baby about it. Hey, nerd. That's so mean, just say, hey, nerd. Hey, you nerd. What's going on, nerd? You broke your leg? What the hell? Dude, that sucks. That sucks bad. I hope that heals properly. That blows. Sorry about your leg. I hope it wasn't like an insane fracture. Dude, lifting Monty with one arm would be a feat. Not because he's heavy, but because he will be like he's... I feel like it would be easier to lift a potato sack with one arm, like in the middle of it with all the potatoes going everywhere, than it would be him. Because he flops, but then his legs start flailing and stuff. There's no way. There's no chance. How many subs for squats again? Absolutely not. Absolutely not gonna. I can't even. I'm telling you right now, I can't even stand properly. I blasted my quads. Gotta train till failure, right, guys? Wait, I gotta auto group this. Mirror and weld it. Grab these guys. Is that still? No. Train till failure, my 3D. Oh, come on, man. That's all of us. That's all of us. Yo, it's too real right now. No, that joke's too soon. Joke's too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Too soon. The fighting game, that one guy was basically a tree. It reminds you of that. I have no idea what fighting game you're talking about. Do you think sculpting is a good option for boxy details in sneakers or shoes, or is it better to stick with polygon software? Depends on what you're more comfortable with. I block my stuff in ZBrush because I feel like I can go pretty fast. But it just really depends on what you're more comfortable with. Like if you're like a wizard at modeling, like box modeling, you might as well just stick with box modeling and do your detailing in ZBrush or something like that, right? Like whatever works for you, whatever gets you your result the most comfortably and efficiently and looks the best at the end is the best way to do it for you. Everybody has like their own way of working, so I can't really like say that, you know, you have to do it in box modeling and then bring it in or whatever. In fact, even in ZBrush too, you can do box modeling as well. I'm running 2025 right now, but 2026 is out and the retop tools are coming. So that's going to be really cool to try out and mess around with in that way that you could actually do a lot of that more efficient sort of like hybrid approach to it, where you might just block something as like dumb as this, for example, and then just do a quick retop on top of that with like low res, good edge flow, and then you can start working off of that sort of a thing. So that's like a hybrid approach too. Depends on what works for you. Do you ever review artwork or character pieces? Not on this channel, no. Occasionally I might have some time here and there, in which case like I can give you a couple of notes, like if you DM me something. But you know, sometimes it takes a little bit to get to everything. Yeah, they've got a couple of ads out now for the feature as well. Understandable, Reaper, but you've got perpetual anyways, so, and ZBrush does have retop tools. Like before this update that's coming, retop can be done inside of ZBrush anyways with a Z-sphere. Like if I were to take this guy right here, this Z-sphere, I just shove it into the body, like so, like whatever. Wait, let me just make sure that my symmetry is on, and I'll just like shove him down into the body. So if you wanted to do retop right now, all you have to do is come down into topology with your Z-sphere selected and say edit topology. And you should be able to, wait, sorry. You have to like, now I'm like, draw, there we go. And now you can actually start drawing on your topology. As you can see, I don't do this thing very like often, but you're able to do that. And then you can see that it's creating like a shell. So you can work with topology as it is now. It's just not like the greatest inside of ZBrush. Like it's kind of like a very finicky way of retopology. It's not as ideal as what looks like is coming out. But it's still there if you have a perpetual ZBrush as well. And then there's also like the topology brush as well, where you can just, here, like I'll show you really quick. Again, these are not things that I use very often because I also have Maya, so I kind of go back and forth between ZBrush and Maya a lot of the time if I need to. But then there's also this topology brush where you just, you know, draw in where you want the topology to be, and then you can erase like the little side bits like that, and then you would have a like a shell to work off of. But this is not, again, like the easiest thing to navigate when you're first starting to use it. So it's there, right? If you have 2022 as like a perpetual thing, but in the future they're coming, like pretty soon they're coming out with I think a more robust retopology option inside of ZBrush, which is cool. The eyebrow brush, yeah, basically, right? Because it's very easy to like follow the curve and then just quickly plant that down. Yeah, the eyebrow brush that's a good one. That's a really good one. All right, what are we doing here? He doesn't have thumbs yet. Sorry, I'm gonna have to change that. Or maybe not. Maybe he doesn't need thumbs. Maybe he's just thumbless. Who knows? Yo, what's up, Doomin? Hard surface is much easier using polygonal methods, and ZBrush is more for organic. Yes, and again, it really depends on what you're comfortable with. I like to actually approach a lot of the hard surface stuff that I do inside of ZBrush as well, especially when it comes to, like, again, hybrids, right? So there's been a number of sculpts that I've had to do that are sort of like more organically shaped hard surface, like creature character type things. Unannounced, sorry, can't show you, but that sort of an approach was easier to kind of just get the shapes and everything and do a overall like rough polish as a sculpt inside of ZBrush and then retop than it would have been for me to, especially in sub-D modeling, right? Like, I'm gonna preface all of this like that I am in a sub-D workflow a lot of the time, and so that means a lot of edge supporting. A lot of the productions that I'm in don't allow n-gons, they don't allow tries, right? It's just quads, in which case it has to be a very particular kind of way, which ends up being easier when I have the sculpt in front of me and I know exactly where the hard edges are going to be going, etc. I can dictate the edge flow a lot easier that way, rather than box modeling everything, screwing up, having to redirect edge flow, hope that I can preserve a hard surface in more of, like, you know, angled surfaces and things like that. It can be like curved surfaces and things can be tricky and cumbersome. So in that case, I definitely always start with a ZBrush sculpt and then I will retop on top of that. But again, some people are just a lot more wizards in terms of hard surface modeling. Like, that's like their whole thing, in which case, go for it, dude. Like, that's cool. Dynamic edge creasing versus edge support. Hi Renault. Wait, so what are you talking about? Dynamic edge creasing versus edge support. Do you mean in the productions that I'm working on? A lot of the time, they would rather you just put down the, like, supporting loops rather than do creased edges or anything of that nature. Because a lot of the time, yeah, I'll just be working in ZBrush. I'll have like a bunch of like things just creased. It's super easy. I'll send it over to Maya, and then I'll have to decrease like everything and set up different supports. But it's nice because the creases do transfer from ZBrush over to Maya, so then at least, like, if you do see you know, where a crease is, you can always just like go through, manually remove creases and create edge supports yourself, which is nice. Do you keep making sloppy sculpts or watch a course or something? Tutorials and courses bore you? I think sometimes we need to do things that do bore us in order to grow, and sometimes learning can be that way unless, like, you reframe it. So if you are doing like a course or something like that on, you know, within ZBrush, try to, like, whatever course that is, try to select a subject matter that interests you, so the learning isn't necessarily super boring. As long as the subject matter is somewhat interesting, you'll get through it. But I do find, though, that if you're getting into this field, if you're getting into art and doing courses and tutorials and learning about this craft that you're doing is boring you might want to, like, think, like, is it actually what you want to do? Because it shouldn't bore you. It should be exciting to learn new things as well, right? Does practicing how to sculpt different proportions help you as an artist, like big muscular? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you want to be like widening your net as much as you can. It's fine to stay in your comfort zone for sketches and things like that, but it's also important to dedicate a certain amount of time to going out and doing something that you don't normally do, just to widen that berth. The more that you're allowing yourself to be a little bit uncomfortable as an artist and try things that you haven't, the better at art overall you're going to get. You personally stopped using edge support at work a few years ago since wait. Yeah, no, I know, I wish. I wish. And I agree. There's like, anyways, I don't want to get into that. It's just some productions, you know, the pipeline isn't exactly like cutting edge, right? So some things are far behind, and you see that a lot in animation. Is there's a lot of like old school methods that are still being used. I think up until like 5 years ago, I still was like interviewing with places that were asking me if I knew how to NURBS model, which was like crazy to me, right? Like that's not like we don't need to know how to do that in order to, you know? And it's just like that, right? So it's not a bad thing to understand like the older ways of doing things as well. Just because not every studio, not every production is going to be like cutting edge. Nerves never die. Yeah. To be clear, I don't like that was like a one thing like 5 years ago, but like that still was like that caught me off guard just because even then it's like we don't really do that a whole bunch. Also, some rendering engines, especially offline rendering, can't really convert crease beveling and translate it into actual geometry. Yeah, it's all dependent. It really just depends on what the studio is using. No, I know. It's nice that you don't have to use it for work though. That's sick. You got that cushy job. You got that cushy job, Renault. What the heck? I'm over here with vaporwave vision, with my eyes red, like crying. And you're over here just like, crease, like, done. Okay. I'm kidding, by the way. Kidding. I'm gonna blast this guy's quads because, you know, that's how I'm feeling right now. This is who I want to look like. Hi, Angelus. How are you? I don't use Z-spheres, not usually, unless it's like some tentacle crazy thing or something like that. I mean, I could show you. Or like pipes. I don't know if you guys saw like my my Instagram story. I don't know why I was. It's like the Instagram story is just like a bunch of like crazy pipes, just a mess, a spaghetti of geometry. That I used some Z-spheres for. You can see that I used some Z-spheres for that. You're finally out of the startup sphere after 4 years, so you can finally. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm sure the startup stuff was pretty demanding. Say that working freelance has allowed you to be able to adapt to any pipeline. I believe so. Freelance has definitely made me a adaptable learner, right? So whatever ends up being thrown at me, I'm like, all right, sure. Like, I'm not stuck in any particular way. If a pipeline is demanding something that I am not used to, I'm gonna learn it. That's fine. It's fine. I'll just write it down and make sure to do it that way every single time. Ask questions, don't let her work. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. The yap session. What's working? What does A cubed mean? Not too much other than like my initials are AAA. And I'm into 3D, so A cubed. 3 A's. Doing good, just killing time till your shift is done. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the Windows 98 screensaver, it's so funny. I think I told you, but it's so funny. The second I uploaded that to my story, I got ads on Instagram with like shirts with the Windows 98 pipe screensaver all over it. I'm like, damn. You're doing good at dumb guy. Thanks. 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 He's got big stupid, right? He's got big stupid energy. Hell yeah. Doing good at making dumb guy. Hell yeah, guy. I'll take it. Watching our stories, dude. It's not even Big Brother anymore. It's just... anyways. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna rant about it. I'm not gonna rant about it. I'm not gonna rant about it. Good vibes. Happy vibes. Good vibes. Happy vibes. I'm gonna make a separate thing for his butt. Hell yeah. Let's go, dude. Oh, yes. Delicious. Gonna have like a cute little butt, you know? Thing. Oh yeah. But in like 3 fell swoops, I have XP in buttology. I'll just leave it like that. There we go. Hey Leonard, how's it going? Wings, bat wings. Everything that I do has bat wings. Not the time. We got stupid dude to make it. Big dumb energy. Anti-intellectualism in the chat. I think I'm going crazy. I don't know. Tired. The sculpts you create are like ever-evolving deck of wonderful Pokemon. It's got a vibe to them. They've got a vibe to them, yeah. Some of them are a little confused, not gonna lie. You got a head cold. Uh-oh. Drink your water. Don't spread it to other people. Stay inside. Drink your water. I need to give him a thumb. He doesn't have a thumb. Bro, you need a thumb. A thumb. Thumb. Easy. Thumb. No, he's... Okay, yeah. That's, like, not stupid, right? What do you focus on for making humanoids and creatures? Probably anatomy. If you're just saying like you have no experience about anything whatsoever, though, anatomy. Yeah. I'd start with overall proportion blockouts first and foremost, and then start working on individual body parts. Like, okay, well, today I'm going to do a study of an arm. Then you're going to do leg studies, hand studies, foot studies, head studies, torso studies, right? So you could just do a whole bunch of anatomy. And then when it comes to actually like the entire asset, it depends. Are you doing games? Are you doing film and animation? There's two separate workflows. They're starting to converge a lot more these days, and they're interchangeable a lot of the time. However, there are some key differences in terms of the topology. So, you know, do you need to learn sub-D modeling, or are you like real time? In which case, I would say try to take something simple. Take something that's like on your desk, like a pen or a cup or something like that, that's super easy to like just model really quick, and learn the proper like pipeline. Take that like simple asset all the way through texturing, and then you can start to think about doing that with your characters as well, and step up in difficulty, just so that it's easier. You get the concepts easier, it's faster to learn that way. You're hands-on rather than watching like 40 hours of tutorials and not actually applying it. It's better to just watch like a tutorial and then apply that to something simple so you can get through it really fast, so that sticks in your head, and then start to increase the difficulty. That's how I find learning is best and easiest. It's sort of like the same way you would do it when you were in school. Like, that was really efficient in terms of learning things. Is what I would do is open up my textbook. Let's say I had to get through a couple of chapters for the exam at the end of the year. I would actually go to the back of the textbook or the front or wherever they have the synopsis, like, you know, basically like where everything was in like every single topic in the text. I would read through all of that so I had knowledge what was going on in the book and what to expect. And then I would skim like really quick through the entire thing. And then I would focus individually, almost like you're bucket rendering studying. Bucket render your growth as an artist as well. So start small and then just keep stacking on top of it. And it works really well, I find, because then it's just like you get general knowledge and then you can refine that knowledge, right? It's just like biting rather than being overwhelmed by doing everything right all at once for a super complicated thing. Model a ball, append, boom, done. Yeah, but this is anatomy. You just know what they should look like? No, that's fine. For an artist, that's fine. You don't always have to know what the name is. It's nice to know what the name is so that you can like reference it. And sometimes there's like people that you'll work with who are very like adamant on knowing the names of different anatomy parts, but there's nothing that Google can't do these days to understand what the notes are, you know? So if you don't remember names too well, that's fine. As long as you're getting like the actual shape of everything correct, then you're good to go. In which case, I recommend you get yourself one of these. One of these. Fun to give them funny names. The only one that I like will forever remember. The only one that I'll forever remember is right here. Wait, you can't see. Right here. This part right here. right here of your hand, right there. Bet you don't know what that's called, but I do. I know what it's called. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Called the Anatomical Snuff Box. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The Anatomical Snuff Box. That's right. Drugs named a part of your body. That's right. Drugs named a part of your body. Dr. Cooper. Oh, his butt was being taken with him. Beauty butt. Home time. All right. See you, Angeles. Yeah, crochet if you want to search for it. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry for not saying the names all the time. Okay, I'm gonna just like throw these together because I'm not getting correct proportions this way. I'm being too messy. I'm gonna merge them down. Then just do a super low Dynamesh on it. I'm gonna do, I think, more like a circle here. Okay. Sternum must be flat. And then we can go ahead and put these guys in. Big, thick, juicy. Whoops. To come out more. Out. Big. These buttocks must come down. And there we go. Much better. Good job. I say to myself, my god, people coming in here right now are probably like, geez, what is wrong with this person? I understand. Welcome to the stream. To you. I speak to myself a lot. Much of this time. I'm not really sure what I'm speaking to myself about. I need to get these guys combined like so. There's a little booty. Look at that little booty this guy has. Here, can I? This guy's arms are so thick. You have to bring these guys up and over. All right. My gosh. This whole back is just like, you know what? Yeah, his like has to come out then. Yeah, let's do it more like that. So it has a bit of like a proper shelf going on here. I think I can readjust his hip area too. It's a little bit Protruding. Ba. Nice. Hi, Georgie. How's it going? How's it going, Georgie? Wanna come down into the sewer? Got a red balloon for you. Kidding, kidding, kidding. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's only 7. What are we doing? This is crazy. Bubbins? Oh, Bubbins. Oh boy. Let's get some feet action. Feet. 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 Hi, Maddie. Hello, hello. Do this, looking of a foot. To a like low resolution Dynamesh, yes sir. Dinosaur pizzas. Your sir told you always use reference while modeling something. How do you model without reference? Experience. And I'm honestly, I'm sketching right now. So if you're doing something real world, like, you should definitely be using reference. And like, if you're doing kind of like a study as well, definitely use reference. I am simply sketching right now, so it's not like a big deal. Like, it really isn't that big of a deal. You should not worry if you're sketching. But if you are doing some kind of like a study and you're trying to learn something, or it's like a serious project, you should absolutely always use reference, especially when you're learning. You're just doing it like a doodle for yourself. There's like, just to have fun, you don't have to reference. But the more you reference, the more you don't have to reference as well. Right? So just do a whole bunch of it. Ah, who's behind the Maxon ZBrush today? Is that you, Ian? Is that Rodolfo? Who is it today? Who is the esoteric Maxon ZBrush? How many brushes you'd say I use? Remember feeling overwhelmed the first time opening ZBrush because of all these tools and brushes? Very good question. I'll answer that 1 second. Okay, so when you first open ZBrush, scary. Alien interface. It's built for aliens, Only aliens use it. I am an alien, but you too can be an alien. So if you want to be an alien, you have to start slow. You have to learn the alphabet bit by bit. So I would say press B to grab all of your brushes. Very scary. Lots of brushes here. However, you can isolate the brushes that you want by clicking other keys. So let's say you wanted an inflate brush. You press I, and then it starts to select only the brushes that start with an I, and from there you can actually find the inflate brush very easily. And it's also already coded as N, so it's like I, N, easy to remember, right? So basically what you're going to want to do is find 5 brushes that work for you when you first start using ZBrush. For me, that is the clay buildup. It's fantastic. You could also use the standard brush in place of this. I like clay buildup because it gives a sort of like hard edge, like sketch to everything. If you don't like that, use the standard brush. 2, I have Damien Standard. I would recommend you use Damien Standard as well. Damien Standard cuts in, holding the Alt button, pushes out. 3, on my 3 key on my keyboard, I've mapped all of these to my keyboard as well. I have H polish. Now you might want dynamic trim adaptive or trim dynamic. So down here, if we look at, there's trim adaptive and trim dynamic. So trim dynamic you might want better for a polish brush because it's a little bit easier to control. It's basically something that will flatten a surface and polish it for you. H polish is a lot more plainer. I personally like that. I have you know, if you like more of like a plainer surface type thing, H polish is great for that. But a nice polish brush is nice to have. 4, I have my SnakeHook brush. Now, the reason why I use SnakeHook and not move is because it just allows you to go and 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 go forever, right? So if I were to pull this, okay, maybe not as nippies, not like that. Sorry about your nips, regardless of his nips. So let's take off AccuCurve, and then if I were to just pull this, I could do something even crazier with the nipples, right? Crazy purple nurple right there. Don't recommend doing that in real life. That looks like hospital, but you could do that if you wanted to. You can just keep pulling out the nipples. Now, if you wanted to, you know, have a limit on nipple pulling, basically, nipple pulling caps out at a certain point, go BM, find your move brush right here, and now you can actually cap it out. So you can't bully him. You can't bully him into the hospital, but you can bully him enough, you know, that it's like, haha, dude, I think you need a bra now, right? Like, you know, you could do that if you wanted. So that's the difference between the two brushes. One is just like hospital, and the other one is just like public shaming, right? So it's like, which one do you prefer? In all seriousness, though, the move brush actually allows you to keep things contained. So if you're a more technical person and you do things like with very specific movements, you might enjoy the move brush if the SnakeHook is just too out there for you. But if you're a very gestural person like me, you might really appreciate not being like constricted by a brush and its like settings, and just allowed to use SnakeHook to your heart's content and push and pull things as much as you want. Okay, so 5 key, I have the inflate brush. This is if you want boobies. This is the booby brush. This is the booby making brush, okay? Good brush, good brush. You boobify things. Excellent. 6 is the pinch brush. The pinch brush is just that. It just like pinches things together, which is actually really fantastic for creating sharp crevices. So if I were to like kind of create something like this, and then I go ahead and grab the pinch brush, right? I can make a really sharp line just like so. It just pinches all of the geometry together. All of these brushes you can use the Alt function for. So those are the main ones I would recommend you use initially when you first open ZBrush. Just play around with those and get comfortable with doing things with those. You could do pretty much anything you want with those. Also keep in mind as well that holding control gives you your mask. So if you get used to using masks with all of these brushes, you can do whatever you want. I'm still a firm believer that all you need is a mask and a SnakeHook brush, and then you can make whatever the heck you want. There's people that argue with me on that. I'm saying you could if you wanted to. So hopefully that helps. Try to limit yourself to just a few things until you're comfortable, especially with the UI and the just the interface as a whole. Just using your hotkeys, just navigating will come a lot easier to you. And then you too will be an alien like the rest of us who use this. Yeah, I don't get you. You don't need another brush other than the SnakeHook. This is sarcasm, by the way, and not everybody is like insane like me. So if you use other brushes than SnakeHook, you're good. Hi, Ian. You were on the work channel. Okay, you were the toesies guy. Just a feet dude coming through, you know. 1 hour in, it's already deep. It's because I drank the tea. I should have stayed tired. I don't know why I do that. If I just stayed tired, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Hospital or public shaming? Yeah. Yeah. Did that help you? Okay. I should took notes on the purple nurples. That's great. That's good. As long as it helps you learn. Try that as a challenge. I have. I have. Most of every stream is almost that anyways. If you really think about it. Special as you. Not everyone can be as what, being a toe guy? Hey man, if you're a toe guy, that's chill, that's fine. We don't judge here. We're all a bunch of monster enjoyers anyways, so you can enjoy toes. You're free to enjoy the toes here. It's fine. Like, he's wearing, like, you know those 80s, like, gym socks? Like, he's gonna go dancing. Like, only his toes are out. It's like those gym socks. Wait, like, if I make this, like a yellow, do you see what I mean? He's, like, wearing, like, those little, like, dance socks. Looks like he's impatiently waiting for something to happen. Yeah, he's just like, he's that kid, he's a kid. He's a kid at the grocery aisle. He's just like, I can't pay, my mom is going to go and get milk. She's getting milk. She's getting milk. And it's just like the cashier's waiting there. There's like a bunch of people behind him. And he's just standing there. My mom is getting milk. I'm glad. I am so glad. Flash dance, yes, that's what it is, yes. Splash dance sucks. Let's go, dude. I'm gonna break out into dance. Let me do a low res on this one. Yeah. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Okay, no, I'm not gonna be annoying like that. Sorry for being annoying. Sorry. Nope. Okay. Hey, Azeros, how are you doing? How's it going? I changed the angle of the horns. So I use SnakeHook with an AccuCurve on. So if you come over to not draw, sorry, brush, come down into where it says curve right here, and then click AccuCurve. This is a per brush setting, and that is going to allow you to make a sharp pull on things, which allows like some nice you know, just like angles and points on things. Very nice for bony landmarks and things of that nature. And then I just kind of like, you know, start pushing, pulling, doing like tap on it to soften the edge, and just push, pull, tap, 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 push, pull, tap, tap, tap. And then you can create a shape that is dynamic. You guys are more like tusks. you, thank you. I'm glad you like the creature, the dude, the Dumbo. No, don't like that. Push that back. But yeah. You're so antsy tonight. What are you doing, bud? It's my favorite monster. Oof. That's so hard. That's such a hard one. Oh, I don't think I can answer that. I think there's too many, like... There's too many good designs. I mean, the easy one to say is just, like, dragons as general, like... Like, are we talking, like, creature only, or, like, monster as in, like... I don't know, like, what are the restrictions here? To be honest, I'm always like so annoyed at myself every time somebody asks me what's my favorite anything. Like, different days, different Ashley. Only monsters, but mixes are okay. Vampires. 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 Say vampires. I like vampire. I really like vampires. Favorite punk band. Bro, you know, I'm actually so bad at remembering. Does post-punk count? Or you're talking about just punk? 'Cause I'm looking through right now. Yeah, I mean, post-punk, there's like Silent Runners. It's pretty good. I mean, there's always Perturbator as well. Is that even how you say it? Yeah, Perturbator. I don't know. There's a lot. There's like this this playlist that I have for just post-punk stuff. I just can't like play any of it on stream. Okay. Let's see. What can we do here that's more creature-y? One, I think this guy's needs to get even more chonkied. He's not chonky enough, you know? Hit up. Hit up. I think I'll be able to get a better read on this guy once I put the quads in. Do any ranking of what you like. You can't ever do that. You can list things, but that's pretty much it. There's never a top one. Oh my god. Yeah, I agree, because it's just like different days, different flavors, right? And I tend to be the kind of person that, like, I'll like something like way too much for a short period of time and either rewatch or replay or whatever that same thing over and over and over again until I'm like, okay, that's too much of that now. And then I won't touch it for a really long time, but that doesn't mean I hate it. It's just not, like, you know, it's hard for me to say this is my favorite thing, because it's like I'll jump and then be too much about something and then jump and then be too much about another thing. Do a fix up on this guy. Booty cheekies. Incubus. Oh, my legs! Ugh. For the tour box? You love the tour box? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. When the ads are actually good. I do not have a tour box, but that's good to know. I bet it's like pretty good for the iPad too. Have you tried it with the iPad? Amazing. Nice. Yeah, I've seen it like advertised like crazy too, so just wondering. The iPad is super not ergonomic for me. I know a lot of people are like totally cool with it, but I like no matter what I try, I just can't. It probably has to do with the fact that I sit like a shrimp a lot of the time, like when I'm using it. But the hotkey thing for any program that I use on it is a little bit of a nightmare. Just for me. Couldn't be an iPad kid. What games am I playing lately? Oh my gosh. Well, I played Borderlands. I finished that. I literally like like I stopped playing it for a little over a week now. I think like I haven't played it in like 2 weeks because I was just deleting everything on the screen in one shot. So it's like, okay, broke this game, time to go break some other games if I have the time. I played a little bit of Deep Rock Galactic Survivors. Not too much, because like I said, I was really busy for a little bit there. And then we've got the Sculpt Off coming up in ZBrush Summit, so I gotta think about what to do for the Sculpt Off. I have not thought about that yet. And then I've got the Hellfire Sculpting Club thing coming up as well, which is in progress. Oh, I guess I could, you know what, guys, do you want to see my in progress stuff that I have going on? Like what because you know, like there's Guts, I've shown that before. I didn't actually end up finishing that. I need to finish Guts still. And then I've got a couple of other things too. Because I share things on Instagram here and there, but not everybody like follows me on Instagram, so I just find it's like the easiest place to share whips because it just disappears after a few hours. But yeah, I can. Oh man, I didn't even save. Whoopsies! I gotta save this. And then I'll take a quick break. Get some more water. Let's see. Do I still stream on my Twitch account? No, but I should do like a practice stream before doing the Sculpt Off if I'm gonna be doing the Sculpt Off. So there's probably going to be at some point in the next few weeks like just a random stream on my channel. Probably. Just to test it out again, because I'm gonna have to stream. If I do the Sculpt Off, it'll have to be on my channel. I'll have to stream it on my channel anyway, so yeah, as long as I don't get like ridiculously busy again. But so far, nothing. How many hours do I usually work these days? Usually at least 8. The last week I was working 14 to 16 hour days. Not good. But that's the nature of freelance, unfortunately. Progress update on my personal stuff? Yeah, sure. Okay, so Hellfire Sculpting Club doesn't have too much to show right now. Here's the work in progress for this one. So this is the prompt for this Hellfire Sculpting Club project, like challenge, whatever you want to call it, is cacophony. So this is a horn from hell, essentially, which I think you can tell by the spaghetti that I have made down here. But it's going to be a live demonic horn beast. So it's basically like cacophony, like cacophony from hell, like basically just like what would you imagine like instruments in hell type of a thing. So that's what I'm doing for that. Started this guy. This is what I posted on Instagram. That's what I was laughing about before, and people were like, yo, that's just the 98 like Windows 98 screensaver. Cause yeah. And then I've got What else do I have? I've got, oh yes. Gotta pull it up here, one sec. Then I've got a continuation. I've come back to this guy. I'm gonna chip away at it. Right here. So I have started to get closer to what I'm looking for this one as well. Which is very, like, it's gonna be very involved once I get it all done. A lot of this I'm going to be replacing as well with a little bit more accurate to like a sort of like quantum computer structure as well. And then I'll do like a write up on this one as well, because it's important to me, to like a lot of other people as well. But if you can see, structuring her as well, it as a snake, so basilisk, right? Anyways, I'll get into that once it's actually done, but that's where I'm at for personal stuff. And then there's obviously guts, which I think you've seen, but I guess for people who have not, the other one that I'm doing as well. Oh my gosh, I have so many projects going at once all the time. Let's see, where are we at? In here. There he is. So then I've also got this guy going on. It'll load because it's massive. This project is massive. Absolutely massive. We got some guts going. Right, and then I still have to figure out the base because I deleted the base. I gotta do a new base for him. Yeah, that's where I'm at with all this. I can actually turn off the... Yeah. Get there. Turn that off. Whatever. Yeah. So those are the things that I'm working on here and there, all over the place. Planning on 3D printing that one. Which one? Oh my god. I don't have a 3D printer. Ooh, that was a good stretch. Do the studios ever pull you in to work on the contract on site, or are you 100% remote? I'm personally 100% remote. Yeah. Yeah, I don't go into studio. I don't do that. I know not every studio is friendly to that sort of a thing, but that's okay. The impossible to 3D, the one that's impossible to 3D, like which one? They're all impossible. They're all impossible. What, you mean like the one, the horn from hell? Because that one's also impossible. They're all impossible. I'd have to clean them up like crazy. I don't want to think about doing that. Heck yeah, welcome back, Angelus. Yeah, I should take a quick break and then come back. This is bugging me. Speak to anyone. Yeah. Well, hopefully that's your answer as well. Hi, Kashi. What's up? How's it going? Face looks like a gorilla owl. Yeah, I can see that. I think I put a lot of like bird elements into a lot of what I do. True. True. Can't really go wrong with the birds. I think I am bothered by this still, so let's see if I can't, like... something that makes a little bit more sense anyways. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break and then I'll be back with more of this dude. So I will be right back, just grabbing some water, going to the bathroom, and then we're gonna be live for another hour and a half. All right, so here you go, listen to some music, and I'll be right back. Yo. Here's the boy. That hurt to pick him up because of my aches and my pains. But here is the boy. Look. Here he is. Hey, buddy. The potatoes. He's a good boy. Yes. You hear his tummy taps when I do this? Wait, here, let's... Wow. I don't know if you can hear his tummy taps. You're a good boy. You want sniffs? You want sniffs? Give him a good sniffs? Sniffies? Sniffies? No, he doesn't want to. He's so quiet. When it's stream time, he doesn't want anything to do with any of it. He's just like, I just want the hugs. I just want my hugs. He's the man, the myth, the legend. The silly sploots. Oh, he's full of soup right now. Yeah. Alright, I won't jiggle you. I won't jiggle you. You're a good boy. Yes. Look, you can have a full view of the boy. He just does not care. He's a baby. He's just potatoes. He's just potatoes. Every time. Whenever I show him on stream, it's always the same. It's always this. It's always just potato. This sack of potato, just dead. Just dead. Watch this. You wanna... No, you're not gonna... You literally, even on stream, you don't even get excited like that. You're just like, nah, I know that nothing's happening. Alright. On the ground. Good boy. Oh my gosh. It's a cutie. Sorry, let me fix my mic so I don't sound like I'm 8,000 miles away. Alright. Back to business. He was like, we got him from a breeder, but he was like not a wanted one, if that makes sense, because he's not like, I guess because he's not typical colored for a corgi, like he was, and I guess he's got also his like behavioral things, which we spent a long time training him, and he's in a good spot now, but he's got quite a bit of anxiety and everything, so we did get him from a breeder, but it was like he was not through the way that people go on like wait lists for the breeder or anything. It's more like, oh, this one is different. And I was like, I like different. I like this weirdo. Give him to me. I like him. I will take good care of him. And then we did. And now we have him. Dog is sleep, I know. He always goes into just like, yes, I am in my happy, relaxed place when you're holding me. Anytime I pick him up, he's like, yes, good, keep me here. I'm trying to see like how much muscle I can fit in here. You want to play Black and White, the old game by Lionhead? You want 3 or even a remake? Oh, I don't... What is that game? I actually... You know what? I might be able to recognize it if I saw it, but I don't know the name. Hey, buddy. Licks and licks. Hey, Hosun. What's up? Why you atting me? What do you need? What do you need? What are you atting me? How do you do the thing where you duplicate the model, put it on different angles in the same space? Like you go, oh, so like when I go away for a while and oh, you mean like printing it down. So like Shift S, like this. Shift S. And then when things are like dropped to the canvas like this, you can remove them by going Control N. Shift S and Control N. Just a hand with god powers. You have a creature to train and educate so they learn what is good and what is evil and influence the skin of the creature, the whole gameplay, the building, tons of... Oh, wait, hold on. I think I have heard... No, wait, I might be thinking of something else. I'll have to see what you're talking about. I don't recall that right off the gate. Right off the top of my head, rather. It's tiny, but... it's... Yeah, Control N. You don't have to close ZBrush, you can just clear the canvas. No, he doesn't miss leg day. He misses glute day. Somehow he's targeting everything except his glutes. Like he's like doing this on purpose. He's doing this on purpose. Somehow he never engages his glutes. They're just dead to him. Like, he injects his glutes with Botox so that they just don't move ever during any of his exercises. Dude's climbing mountains purely with quad strength. His hamstrings cry. He's torn them a number of times because he just does butt Botox injections. We're gonna do this way, then I'm gonna exaggerate the head a little bit more because this is just not it for me. You SnakeHook the way you would use the move tool. You always figured SnakeHook was for pulling strand out of the clay. Nah, you can use any brush the way that you want to use it. I use SnakeHook because it doesn't have any it doesn't have a restriction on movement, which I personally prefer. So I can do both, like, movement, like regular move, and just like really intense pulling as well. I'm gonna probably take I should have separated them earlier, but whatever. We're here now. I'm gonna try and line up the angles here. It's like a mustache from the front. Good morning to you, Maddie. It's pretty early. You are just waking up, then alright. But if you have not slept, that's not good for you. You should probably sleep. So, probably shouldn't stay up until pretty much 7 a.m. Probably not good. So why I don't Dynamesh every time I do something sculptural? I don't have to always be Dynamesh. Dynameshing is there if I need to add topology or weld things or fix something that I'm doing. It's not something that I have to keep Dynameshing and making sure that there's like a Dynamesh every single time that like I do something new. As long as I have the topology for what it is that I'm working towards, it's totally fine for me. So here I can just keep doing what I'm doing at this sort of like scale of detail, and as soon as I need to jump up in terms of detail level, then I can Dynamesh higher. So that's the difference. Like down here, I'll probably connect these legs now, and then I'll have to Dynamesh these together. So that's a little bit too high for me. No worries. Is there a way to weld things without Dynamesh? Yes. So if you want to weld things without Dynamesh, like, let's say, I think like these toes, for example, if you wanted to like weld them together, but you didn't want these to like be Dynameshed, it's just where it's actually attached. Like, let's say you didn't want to Dynamesh any of this because this is what you want it to look like, and if you Dynameshed it, like this works at like a higher resolution, right? So if you're already like, if you already have like a ton of detail in a certain area and you want to attach like a finger that's already like 1 mil polys with all of its detail to a hand or something like that, but you don't want to Dynamesh it together, what you can do is in areas like this, let me just save really quick. So in areas like this, they can attach, right? So you could go take symmetry off when you're in your gizmo, go to transform, like the modifiers, and select remesh by union, which is right here, and it will calculate that. And in these areas, it's just going to remesh these areas so they're all like, anything that's touching each other is going to have geometry there now. So if I say accept, right, and then I were to smooth this out, you can see they're actually attached now. So you can do like a remesh by union in certain areas to get them attached. However, the topology might not match in certain situations, in which case you can go over top in areas like this. Like maybe it's too dense in this area, you could always like go ahead and grab your Sculptress Pro, which I have on my A key. Your hotkey might be different, and you can soften it out like that to add topology or whatever in those areas. Yeah, it's very useful. Yeah, I do know a couple of tricks. That's true. That's true. I've been doing this for a little while now. Oh, because I have local sim on. I was like, what the heck is going on with the symmetry here? Happens. I don't know what you're saying, but I see the word blender in there. How dare you come in here with your blender? Bureau. How goes it? Do I rig and animate too? No, I don't do that anymore. When I was, like, many years ago, I was in animation school, but I do not do animation professionally. Ah, started with Blender. I see, I see. Doesn't take too long to get used to it. Just have to do it like every single day. I believe that you can keep at it. Before you know it, you'll be epic. Thanks for the translation, Hosian. Hit the stubby. Hey Anne, how's it going? ZBrush put you on the struggle today, trying to remesh a hair mesh with flyaways. How are you doing it? Are you ZRemeshing it? We. Oh, okay. Hi, Anne. You new to ZBrush, would love to get advice on sculpting that you're doing. You're trying to sculpt the helmet of Artorias from Dark Souls. You've been trying a few pathways. Haven't gotten to the point where it's good enough. So how would you do something like that? What's your approach to make something like that? Okay, yeah, so it's sort of like a hard surface thing that you're kind of struggling with, right? And with the helmet too, a lot of the time you end up having holes in what you're doing. So I mean, you're asking for an entire step-by-step in a stream, which is a little bit much, but what I can show you, I guess, is like what I used to show people in the CGMA class, which CGMA is down now, so who cares? I'll show you anyways. Let me just save this. My thickest. Let's see if I still have it. If I have it, then I'll show you. If not, I'll try and explain. Let's see. This is an old thing that I have. Is it still here? Give me a second, sorry. This? Yeah, so this is like an older one. But like this is sort of like a really messed up looking helmet. So what I would show a lot of the time is, oh yeah, I just did this really quick, you know, even if you've got like a bunch of holes and stuff like that, on this, it doesn't really matter that much. I would say just sculpt it out the way that you want, and then from there you're able to actually do some ZRemeshes to clean it up. So if you sculpt out the shape, then you can start to get cleaner things. Here, these are also a little bit dirty as well. So if you wanted to ZRemesh this, you can do so via like, and clean it up. You can do so via like creating polygroups. So first and foremost, we're gonna want to delete the sides of these guys, right? Like get rid of like all of this on the edges here that are gross. So what you can do is either come through with your select lasso, or you can come through and mask really quick, which I'm gonna just do just for demonstration purposes really fast. So this is gonna be like really like not ideal. I'm just showing you what you can do with ZRemesher, because cleaning up hard surface stuff can be a little on the time-consuming side, especially if your mesh looks this disgusting. but it is possible, right? I'm just gonna come through, make sure like all of the sides are masked off like this. It's okay if you don't get exactly the shape either, because you can always push and pull to create the same thing. So I would duplicate off your sculpt, whatever it is that you're doing. Gotta make sure it's all masked off on the side, like that. Just put on a back face masking on your mask as well. And then you can do a W and then get rid of that so that all of the sides, we're creating a shell, by the way, just so that you know. And then delete hidden on that. And then the same thing on the inside here. So anything to get rid of the thickness, just gonna get rid of. And you can get a lot more in depth with what I'm doing as well. Like you can spend a lot more time. I'm doing it very like quick because we only have so much time. Like quick and quite nasty, actually. Okay. Get rid of that, delete, hidden, and then auto groups. It should create, if you did it correctly. No, we need to like separate this a little bit more because auto groups is still one group. So it's right in here. And get rid of this stuff right here. Hidden. Okay, now it should auto group. Good. Oh, still not. Sometimes it helps to put like double visibility on to see what the frig. Where is it connected? Ah, here, it's connected right here. Get rid of that. Normally, when you have thickness, like if you've like extruded from a shell or a mask or anything like that, a lot of the time you already have polygroups to delete from. So I'm just showing you how to like clean up this nasty. Make sure it's all got. And that's to make a new group, by the way, is Control W. And then Control, Shift, and click to isolate and hide it. I'm gonna delete hidden on those. And then you can do a auto group. No, still not. Gonna have to find where it is. Where is it attached? Where is it attached? Is it here? It's still here. All right, I'm gonna do this. Sometimes you'll have areas that are just not it, and you're going to have to repurpose. The reason why I show this super nasty one in the classes is specifically because it's so like troublesome. I'm going to delete hidden and then I'm going to mirror and weld to make sure it's the same on either side. And this should, we do an auto group now. There we go. Now it's a separate thing. So Control Shift, click, get rid of that. And it is gone. You're going to have to do a little bit of cleanup right here as well. Get rid of that. Okay, perfect. Now we have a shell. And so from this shell, we can actually do a quick, we can create polygroups. So if we wanted this outside right here, top and right along the side right here, to all be one polygroup, we just come through with a mask. So Alt W, and now we have two different things. So from here, now we're going to utilize the ZRemesher function. And what this is going to do is we're going to actually be able to look at our polygroups. Let's just quickly, hold on. So you might see that you have a few of these things as well. What I'm gonna do really quick to get rid of all of that is going to come through with the select lasso, Control Shift Alt to inverse. Really quick, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly do this, Control Shift. No. What am I doing? I'm getting tired right now. Oh my god. Okay, one sec. And you can say, is merge straight group not working? No. Okay. All right. New polygroup right here. It'll be fine. Who's this? Sorry for the horrible movie. Trees, insect, car. Sorry, what? I'm not 100% sure what you're asking, Paul. It's just not wanting to select any of that. Select. What is going on right now? Normally I don't have these many issues. It's because I'm live with you guys right now, making me look like a fool. Hide that, get rid, and then there it is, the same group. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, because we have all of these disgusting edges and stuff like that, what we want to do is come over into ZRemesh, and then we can say keep groups. So what this is going to do is make sure that anything that you have isolated as like, okay, I want this to be its own group, it's going to keep that, and it's going to try to ZRemesh based on what it is that you've grouped out. So you can actually do a smoothing here. This slider right here is dictating when you click ZRemesher how much smoothing of those groups it's going to do. You're going to want some smoothing here to actually clean all of this up. So I'm just going to smack ZRemesher really quick, and that's going to clean this to some degree. I'm going to say again, I'm going to say half, ZRemesh, ZRemesh again, ZRemesh half again, and now we're at a low resolution, and this is much easier to use in dynamic because we can also come through, right, and we can say crease. So dynamic sub D, what it is doing is it's actually taking your model and simulating subdivision levels. It's doing a preview of them essentially, kind of like if you use Maya, you click on the 3 key, then you're getting a preview of what a subdivision of your model is going to look like, which this is very useful for hard surface things and working low res, you know, especially when you're working with creasing and things of that nature, which we are going to use creasing. So in the crease tab right here, you can actually say crease polygroup. What that's going to do is it's going to create a sharp edge along wherever you've regrouped. Now it's a little messy for me because again, like I'm just trying to show you really quick, right? So I'm not doing like a lot of cleanup or anything like that, but you can see how you can easily get a lot cleaner edges. And when you start moving something at a low resolution like this, it's not destructive and you can get like cleaner cut-ins and shapes just in general, right? Like you can start moving things around a lot easier. and maintain sharp edges and smooth it out if you wanted to, but it's still going to, like if I take the smooth brush and put it over this, it's still a sharp edge because I've creased it, right? So you can actually start doing bigger changes that are nice and smooth in general. So if you had duplicated your sculpt for the way that you want it to look, you can actually keep it there and then use this method and start to push and pull a lower resolution topology so that it fits that same sculpture that you were doing, but now it's cleaner, right? And you can use these creases and crease polygroup to control these edges. Now you can also grab the ZModeler brush, BZ. This is a little bit more advanced, and it will actually allow you to hover over and grab different like edge, face, and vertice commands and actions. So if I wanted to insert or remove edge loops, like for example, like right here, I can control that, and I don't necessarily need to have as many happening at the same time. For example, if I wanted to like go even like lower resolution, I absolutely can, like right here. I need that one clearly. Okay, so it didn't do like the best job with this. If we come down into you know what, I'll just keep those vertical, and then you can kind of come through manually and remove this. You could keep hitting ZRemesh half if you want to try, but you know, it's not always gonna give you what you want on a more complicated shape. But the lower resolution you go, the easier it is for you to control your shape as a whole when you are doing work like this. So if I get rid of these two, maybe put one in the center right here. That. Necessarily need like all of this stuff, right? You can just keep it like that, and then you should be able to move this even cleaner. And then if you wanted to, you can come down into dynamic sub D, and you can actually put a thickness on this, which this is again under dynamic is simulated, so it's not real subdivision levels. Like if you turn this off, it's still just like the shell that you've created, but this is just simulating it so you can see what's happening. So you could do like a thickness and then offset it into the negative. So if you were to look at this helmet right here, it has the thickness, but you can actually turn off the thickness to see what's going on. It works as just a shell, and you can see that you don't actually get sculptural detail on it if you are sculpting. It's more just to get the cleanliness of it. Once you're done and happy with like the shape overall, what you can do is, let's say you're good with all of this. Actually, we can say post sub D, so it's not like such a sharp edge here. And the creasing, actually we can come into ZModeler, and I'm going to actually uncrease this side right here by grabbing, where is it? Crease, edge loop complete. And you can just hold Alt and remove that on this side. Right? And then in dynamic right here, you can actually add a couple of segments. So then it's not like a super sharp edge. If you want it to have a little bit more of like a rounded bevel, for example, you can do that. Again, you're going to be able to like clean this up better and control that like topology a little bit better the more that you like time you spend. I'm just kind of showing what I'm showing. Pull that in a little bit more here. Yeah, it can do a pretty good job at cleaning things up, which is why I'm saying, like, don't worry if your mesh is like super nasty and stuff, because you can come through and clean it up fairly easily with a ZRemesh. Now, obviously, the best way to get like the cleanest topology, if you really wanted that, then, you know, you're gonna have to do some manual work on that. But you can control it pretty well with with polygroups and creasing. Just like there's a little bit of, anyways, you could also just sculpt that out. So once you have a clean whatever, you're good to go in terms of this. Maybe you even want to make this a little bit, we can crease these. Might be too sharp there. If it's too sharp, you don't need to worry about creasing it. You can actually just add an edge loop as well. That works too, right? These are supporting loops. You could do that, whatever you want. And then if you're happy with it, then you say apply. Now it's no longer simulated, right? And you can actually sculpt on this because these are real subdivision levels. They've actually transferred up here. And you also have your thickness. So at this point, you're actually able to, you know, smooth out anything else, maybe come through and add some of the detailing that you wanted. So you can go Control D and go up a little bit higher, and you can add in any of, like, you know, the sculptural detail that maybe you had before, right? Whatever it is that you were doing, you can kind of come through, do whatever, right? I don't, it's still a little messy for me, but it's a lot cleaner than how it was, and that's an easy way to clean up pieces of your helmet. And you can just kind of come through and ZRemesh everything, and then make sure that it's something that that you can use. But when you actually hit apply, the important thing to note is, because it's not simulated anymore, making big changes, like if you wanted to move topology around, you're going to start getting imperfections and things like that, right? Because you're not working at a low resolution. So if you wanted to keep that cleanliness, then make sure that all of your big changes, your big shape changes, are done inside of the dynamic sub-D mode first, and then you can hit apply once you're ready to do your detailing and things of that nature, right? So that's like the easiest way to keep things clean when you're working like hard surface and with like helmet stuff. Especially if you start with like a sculpt, which a lot of the time I like to start with sculpts. And before I got really comfortable with keeping things clean while I was sculpting, because this is why, again, I show like the dirty sculpt as an example, like a really dirty sculpt like that as an example, that you can still clean it up. Like there is still a way, it's just you need to like muscle it a little bit, as you saw me like trying to wrangle the polygroups a little bit there and like clean up the edges. But the ZRemesh function with the smooth groups actually works really, really well to smooth out the edges. Another way to smooth out edges, let's just like look at this one right here, which is, it's like pretty smooth already, but if you wanted this to be even smoother, you can actually come into deformation and you can say polish by groups, for example, and it will polish those groups a whole bunch as well. And this does also work for higher resolution things. For example, on this guy, if I wanted to, you know, polish by groups here, I technically can, and it will polish by groups. It's just not, you know, it's not going to do too much right now because of it being high res, but it can still polish by groups. So it's more effective at lower resolutions, but still a good feature to use. There's also other ones that you can play around with as well, like features, crisp edges, just a regular polish, etc. And these can actually work to clean up the edges too. Is it okay to go back and forth with ZRemesh and Dynamesh, or is that wrong? So there is no wrong way to work. If you need to go back to Dynamesh, just know that all the work that you've done in ZRemesh, it's not gonna, like, you can't just put it back. You would have to technically then do a projection. So the workflow with that would be, you have your, like, let's say this is the ZRemesh and you wanted to Dynamesh it, which I don't recommend. I recommend you just like going up in subdivision levels just jump up a couple subdivision levels. But if you had to do like a really big change, then that's when you would want a Dynamesh. Like let's say like all of a sudden I wanted this to come out here. Jumping up in subdivision levels on something like that would be silly because of how stretched the topology is, right? So the topology is stretched all the way out here, then jumping up in subdivision levels is not a good idea because you're just going to, with sculptural detail on top of it, like if I were to try, right, it's not clean. Whereas over here, you can get a clean line because the topology is even. But over here, it's not. So in that case, yeah, you'd want to Dynamesh it. But I would actually, I would try to get all of these changes done before you do all of that ZRemesh work and making sure that, you know, the edge flow is how you like it and cleaned up. But if you need to, you can always take the mesh that you have created, and you can do a reprojection as well with duplicates too. There is a remesh or a reprojection feature, so project all. So you could always, like, if you really do need to Dynamesh something and then ZRemesh it again, then duplicate off your you know, just have copies of everything so that you could always put different, like, you could always like bring back your details into a subdivision workflow if that is what you wanted to do, right? What is Dynamesh? What is dynamic mesh? Oh man, guys, I only have 5 more minutes, so I'm gonna try and say it fast. But so Dynamesh basically, you're taking your whatever you're sculpting on, and you're creating new geometry. So if I wanted to, you know, give this more geometry, I could come up to my Dynamesh, which is in my geometry tab, and I could change the resolution here and then hit Dynamesh. Wait, let's give you a more obvious example. And it will retain the shapes that I've already set in the model, that what I was sculpting, what I was blocking out, whatever, and it will add more topology so that I can add more details. If I make a big change, it will accept that. Like if I bring something out, like maybe all the way out here, and then I wanted to Dynamesh that, it will readjust the topology to properly support that. Because right now you can see it's all stretched, which is not ideal for adding sculptural detail. But if you say Dynamesh, now all of a sudden it's got even topology. Yeah, there's triangles and stuff, like it's not as ideal as ZRemesher, but it's really good for sculptural stuff and just going fast and dirty and not worrying about edge flow. It will always be just adding geometry, whereas ZRemesher will focus on just like putting quads down. However, it doesn't really support, like, you can't just hit ZRemesher and then expect to have like a 1 million polygon model to sculpt on. That would be a specific subdivision workflow. So Dynamesh is what you want to do if you're doing sculptural stuff. And then geometry, if we go to dynamic sub D right here, so this is just, like I said, simulating subdivision levels. So if you grab this and I say, okay, Control D, that's going to create a subdivision level right here, which is basically taking every single one of these polygons, right? Every single one of these polygons and splitting it into 4. Every time you subdivide, you're cutting something into 4. So that's what that is doing, or, you know, with a triangle into 3. And so it's just gonna subdivide all of that. And now you have technically more topology to sculpt on. However, it's not like, if I were to do that, right? I pull this out and then I hit Control D. You might think like, okay, well, there, now I have more topology to sculpt on, but you can see it's not good to sculpt on, whereas over here, it's fine. So that's why you would want to use Dynamesh and not just, you know, Control D and like ZRemesh and then Control D on things. Like, that's not super ideal for that kind of thing. And then, like I was saying, dynamic sub D is just simulating like actually having subdivision levels on your model, so it's non-destructive. Like you're not adding these they're not permanent subdivisions, you're just previewing it. So if I click on dynamic here, I can just turn it off and it doesn't matter. I could Dynamesh this or whatever and I could turn this off. I wouldn't recommend using dynamic subdivisions on anything that's high res, like, you know, more than a couple tens of thousands of polygons, just because of how dense it is for your computer to like simulate, for ZBrush to simulate. It doesn't like that. So dynamic is used in conjunction with ZRemesher for lower resolution ZRemeshed or lower resolution meshes in general, to simulate what they would be like if they were subdivided. So when you're ready to start going into your subdivision workflow, that's when you can say apply with dynamic subd, but it's there to keep things like easy to work with when it is at low resolution geometry, but you're not Dynameshing. Does that make sense? I know it's like a lot. There's like so many different things, and that's why like I was teaching like a course on this, because it is something that, you know, some people need some mentoring to get through and like kind of understand. But what I would recommend overall is just use the tools, see what each one does individually on like a plane, on a sphere, sculpt on it and see how it reacts, and that will actually help you grasp it a little bit better. And if you still have questions, there is zclassroom.com, which is all the Maxon ZBrush. Let me get it to you. So this stuff, you can just type in whatever tool it is that you're confused about, and there will be an explainer video for you as well. And hopefully that can help you grasp it a little bit better, because it is a little bit confusing at first, but once you get it, you know? You just have to work with it a little bit and understand when to use which tool. Yeah, it's going to be uploaded to YouTube. And I don't have a course. I don't teach with CGMA anymore. They are kind of in a tight spot due to a Domestika problem. Domestika bought out CGMA, and there's a big kerfuffle there, so not teaching, but am streaming, and I try to help where I can, so hopefully that was helpful. This is all we got done. We did a lot of yapping today, but we did a dude. We did a dude, guys. We did this dude. I'll grab over here. There we go. Dude has been duded. Hell yeah. And I will get you guys my links if you do want to follow. If you want to follow any of my socials and know when I'm live or see me posting absolute BS, you can follow what I dropped in the chat, or just type in from right here, acubed.art/links, and I post on my socials all the time, anytime that I'm going live. Usually it's every 2 weeks. Sometimes it might be just once a month, depending on how busy I get and if it conflicts with my streaming schedule versus work schedule. You know how it is. But I tried every 2 weeks, and if you're not already following Maxon wherever you're watching them, this is not my channel. This is Maxon's channel, so a lot of other artists, not just myself, stream on this channel, and you can learn from a lot of different workflows and a lot of different artists. It's not just me, and I know that I'm not everybody's cup of tea, right? So yeah, hopefully that was good. I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, so if you do have any questions, Nick, is there a way to save load curves when you add some detail with IMA? You want to keep control curves? No, unfortunately you cannot like store curves. They don't work that way, unfortunately. I mean, you could you could duplicate it off, right? You could duplicate whatever curve you drew out, and then like just turn that off, that one subtool off and it will remain there. That curve will stay there as a duplicate subtool, and you can just hide it. You could do that. That's the only way that I can really think of. All right. I hope you guys have a great night. I'm going to go and I'll see you guys in the next one. Don't forget, ZBrush Summit is coming up in November. I think the 6th, 7th, 8th November, maybe the 9th. I'm not sure, but they have announced it on their site and everything. So I will see you around. Tidy tidy.